Hey everyone, how you doing? Hey Dan, hiya, Aya. Hey Digsby, Posture. What's going on, guys? Everybody, go follow each other, and whoever's lurking, go follow the peoples. Aya, Dan, and dear God, I swear I don't know what I'm doing. Aya's gonna start streaming soon. Dan's currently streams. Aya makes video games. Everybody is cool. I love you guys. Let's do the thing. I'm an hour late because I took on some overtime at work, which isn't really going to work out to be overtime because I took Monday off to do some doctor things. But you know, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. I have no idea what's going on in this playthrough. I mean, I do, but I don't. I completely forgot that I just got bored and started digging to space at one point. So we're gonna cap that project off just because there are shovelfuls up here somewhere. So we're just gonna get some metal tiles. Copper will do just fine. And we're just gonna go boop, 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 and put that at a high priority. Get that done. We got to get this water thing installed. I'll rip the roof off after we build this thing, which we're probably gonna have to go over to that save file and get a look at that. But we need to get this thing. Done and dusted ASAP. I'm tired of it. I want to get this done next so that we can start processing the water while we do other projects so that this is out of our way and we can start chewing into this bad boy. Thank you for lurking, Aya. Cozy Ani vibes. You're the best. Okay. Problem. We also want to get this stuff ripped out. This has got to go. So we need to increase our power here. What are we doing? Currently pulling 906, cycle 804 reports, colony achievement earned. No idea what's going on. Where's that other tile? Let's get that stuff built so we don't wind up with shovelfuls in our base. These are shovelfuls. They're great for free food, but they're not good for my sanity. Let's expedite this process here. I'm gonna go with 4 of them. We're just gonna slam some stuff down real quick. Just gonna boop, 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 and boop. And what is this? Conductive wire made of tungsten. Great idea, Nether. Perfect. How's everybody doing tonight? Everybody loves Aya. Aya is very lovable human. At least I think she's human. She might be an AI. I've never met her in person. Okay. I am going to put on some background music for myself here. Sail North. I'm going to listen to sea shanties. Great band. First music reaction video I ever did. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. You might be a robot. They might be giants. No. Okay. Okay, where is my brain? All right, there is still a lot we got to do on this map, but I need this project to be done. It's driving me crazy. We'll get this spot vacuumed out. We'll get this stuff ripped up. We'll get that... Damn it, I don't know how it's going to go down there. No, I know how it's going to go down there. I got that figured out. Yeah, we'll sweep it. It should just... I don't think it'll drop through that tile into that tile with these things where they are, but if it does, good. If it lands on top, fine. We'll then delete these, build around it, corner delete out some blocks so that this thing, that stuff drops, or just leave it like that. This is like the I'll deal with it later situation down there. I guess we'll take the ice. Future you thanks you. Of course. No, reasonable order of operations, right? Like, let's cancel those. We need something to do with that hot stuff, right? And there's going to be a steam room here. So it makes sense that we're saving it till the steam room is in. And then we're more or less going to, like, get a conveyor rail to grab it through the corner and put it onto a rail that's either in a vacuum or that's... It just occurred to me. We need more space to build in. Hang on. Hang on. Let's go over to our other save. To our, what do you call it? Sandbox save. Because I gotta take some measurements here. We didn't do any optimizations, so that's another thing. Actually, hang on. Let's put on... If you type clay play at the beginning screen, that turns on debug mode. I wanted to do some optimizations, some changes, some adjustments, blah 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 blah, but the thing works, so we might just roll with it. I do like my stuff to look a little prettier than this looks currently. Right, we decided we didn't need any of this here. Okay, we figured out that we needed automation with an AND gate for this and something in here. So, do I remember what that is? No. Hold on a second. I somehow broke something. What did I break over here? Can you copy it and paste it into the other save? More or less, yes. But let me figure out a few things real quick before we do that. Okay, so this is going to be maintaining heat, right? It's concerning that things look like they broke down here. What broke? Oh, that was when the pipes exploded. That's right. Thank you for the watch streak, Willison. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for coming every day. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to destroy all of that. And then we are going to take the... Actually, I probably should have just done that. Great. Yeah, okay, we need to spend just a touch of time in here. Because this is good, but it's not great. How do I explain? We got all the mechanisms, but it's not quite... Okay, let me take a look at here. Okay, so that got us our water in, that's fine. That comes down, jumps over, goes up through here. I wish there was a better way to do that. I don't think there is. And then we can have the rails go through the steam turbines with the material when we build rails in here. We don't actually need this to be 4 tall. Okay, hang on a second. Okay. We're going to put this here. Okay, if this was 2, that would put that here. Not an amazing thing. This needs to be like this. I mean, we might just leave it 4 tall. Question. We can fit that in here. We might actually have them process the salt in here. Okay, so that's an option. This isn't going to be metal, realistically. Just make sure we've got something we like, right? Now, we could, in theory, go like that. Hydrate. I can do that, Dan. Thank you very much. Did have a glass of water when we started, but before we started, never mind. Yeah, you know what? I'd love to make this sexier, but if we did not see it, it does not count. Oh, right. Cheers. Commodore Scuttle, sorry. That color blue, I can barely read it, so... Okay, so let's... Let's do that. And that, clear floor. Anyway, how the heck is everybody? How you doing, Commodore? How you doing, Wilson? What's going on? Sorry, we got a late start because Nether picked up work, and I want to get going here. So I forgot what automation we also needed here, but I do remember we need an AND gate, so that'll be fine. And this is 1 in 20, right? Oh, it didn't copy the settings. Of course it didn't. 1 in 20. Responsible adult. No. Nether just doesn't want to be homeless. Alright, so this comes through here. And we're going to wind up building a rail that loops it around. And when it's done, when it gets down to like temperature, we're going to send it up through here. Past the steam turbines. We could send it through a chill box, but I don't think that's necessary. Wanting to be homeless is super responsible adult. Very responsible, right? So let me see how this works. All right, we're going to use the plannings tool. And we're just going to trace this thing. There's a blueprint tool, but I don't like the way it works currently, so we're just going to... We're just going to use the thing I know how to use. Honestly, that's all I need. I can just take a picture of the rest of it. Okay, cool. So that'll get us our positioning. And then we can take a picture and do the rest of it that way. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. Let's build this goddamn thing. Tango, what's going on? Do you play Oxygen Not Included? Were you the one that was saying you wanted to get into this nonsense? I don't recommend it. It's, I mean, I do recommend it, but it is definitely a bit of insanity. Save this here. Save image. That can go there. I will put that there for reference. Save and quit. And I got to restart the game, otherwise it'll leave debug mode enabled. And we don't want that in our main world. So, like I said, I could have spent more time. I haven't seen this one before. Welcome to the nerdiest of the nerdy then. This is a game where math is fun. And headaches are solving headaches and problems is the game. Not exactly, but we are substantially far into it too. I guess we could say we're in the late game. I feel like we're in the mid game, but we are pretty much stable. We don't have to do anything anymore. Our colony has pretty much got everything sorted out. I think, yeah, food is definitely sorted. Power is pretty much sorted. Air is definitely sorted. Water is sorted. Like all the essentials are more or less what they need to be. So we're now at the let's do ridiculous projects situation, which is why we're vacuuming out a large space and building machines we don't actually need. But I love this map, so we're going to do it. We have a lot of volcanoes that we're playing with. It's a colony builder. Sorry. I made a bunch of jokes and nonsensical ramblings and didn't actually say what the game was. It's a colony builder. You start out with 3 people. You're underground inside of a asteroid, planetoid, whatever you call it. And you've got to dig out space, find a way to feed them, keep oxygen going so that they can breathe, and, you know, basically get to the point of, like, solid survivability. And so this is our contraption. Our main base is over here. This is where the dupes sleep. This is where new recruits sleep and exercise till they're ready to go. Hang and check it out. Heck yeah. I don't remember what I was doing. Did I start doing that on... We need to build those. This is our research facility over here. Random buildings here. We got a little massage parlor for stress over here. This is where everybody eats in here. This is where we cook the food down here. Bathrooms, including water filtration and overflow to plants. Bionic duplicant bathrooms and lubrication stations. Battery charges for the bionic duplicants. Containers for the duplicant gunk. Random water containers for... Anyway, lots of stuff. Our first steam room here. Our water tank here. These are our Dreco farms. Thank you. This is my favorite part of the map. Well, this. Leofar designed this petroleum boiler. It uses the magma from a volcano to boil crude oil into petroleum. It's so that we can maintain the full amount of mass from it, which then goes in and feeds these things, which provides power, polluted water, and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide feeds these little snot rags down here. They're good for lots of things, including food. Power powers the base, and the polluted water immediately gets boiled because it's inside a steam room. The steam is then siphoned off based on pressure over to our water tank, but maintaining pressure in here. And all of our heat creation stuff is in here, so we're recycling our heat back into power using steam turbines. This is fun. Right now, we're making sure this is a vacuum again because I accidentally let carbon dioxide in here and almost cooked our dupes alive. Okay, so planning tool. This is not part of the vanilla game. And I crashed it. Cool. What happened? Holy crap, what? What did I do? Yeah, I do things. Thank you. All right, so we'll just go off of the picture for reference. It's fine. Doesn't matter. We don't need any cheeky mods to make things work. Yeah, like I said, the nerdiest of the nerdy stuff is this game. Some of this is just kind of standard stuff that if you play a lot of Ani, you do. Some of it is new designs, like the petroleum boiler that Leo designed. Some of it is stuff that I learned from other people and then expanded upon. The contraption we're working on now, we designed on stream together. We are going to have to vacuum out more of the map. I know it. All right, hang on. That's fine. Yeah, vacuuming it all out sounds pretty friggin' good right about now. Let's let it roll on a 1 and let's draw what we need. Right? So the volcano here, in theory, we need like 2 tiles under it. We could get away with that, but we might not get away with things. We might decide to do stuff. So that's like that. That's there. Right? No. No. That's not there. Three, 6, 9. So that's 9 tiles. You know what? I actually prefer that be metal tiles there. That goes there. This goes here. We'll use white for the airlock doors. Just the main thing. And we'll use cyan for the mesh tiles. Metal tiles can be red. Sure, why not? That goes to there. You're there. There. And then this is 4 and then 20. God damn it. We are definitely going to need to vacuum this section out. Not cool, brain. Not cool. I'm pretty sure that's our jam. So we need 25 tiles here. That's what we got. We've got 9 here, which is fine. Everything is fine. We should vacuum all of this out, but all of that is 1, 2, 3. That's kind of perfect. We can actually just brick this in and then bring that over, so that'll be fine. This will all be vacuum. We could absolutely make this thing prettier, but... No, that doesn't need to be like that. Nope, nope, nope. Measuring things. Okay, that's not as insane as it might look. Vacuum it all out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna do that. We are definitely gonna do that. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Something's not quite right. Yep, I see what's wrong. That goes there. Door. Metal tiles. God, this is going to be a whole thing. I mean, I knew it was going to be a whole thing, but it's going to be a whole thing. So, on the plus side, we're solid here. We can just brick this in with tiles, and that'll vacuum that out. Right, let's relocate this somewhere. We just stick you over here for now. So it's basically an ant farm. An ant farm that you need to understand, you know, more or less physics for, I suppose. Thermodynamics? Doesn't matter. Okay, all of that can go. Tell me this is dormant. 56.9 cycles. All right, well that makes that a little bit more difficult to deal with. Hey Delicoth, welcome in. You know what? You know what? Okay, now we need to understand practical application. We did that all in whatever the hell that mode is. So I think our best bet here is to strap an airlock on over here. So they can come in through here, right? That'll give them access to fill the water up, do all the things. Should I make this a little bit bigger? I feel like I should make this a little bigger, just so we have a little bit more of a magma buffer. I mean, we've got the space vacuumed out. We might as well use it, right? Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you all for your patience and support and the wonderful things you do, because it does mean the world to me. It's pretty awesome to be able to do this. Everybody's like, how do you stream and work full time? The answer is that I love streaming. I love doing it. I love playing games. I love hanging out with people, meeting people. This is like the best kind of social activity I could possibly ask for, personally. I like doing it. It makes me happy. It makes the brain chemicals go burr. Okay, so can we start building this? Okay, so that's capped in, actually. So we don't actually have to worry about that. So let's do this. We'll snag these guys. Actually, wait, hang on. Not yet. This place needs to be fully vacuumed out first. And we need an alternate method of entry here, so... something like that. There's so much other stuff we need to do as well. Well, this is obnoxious. Problems for later. You know, what did I miss? Not much. Just drawing things out. Coming up with a plan of attack to actually build this thing, instead of just theoretically building it. $387 clears. I'm sure that will eventually cause problems. It does. It needs a few minor. We're gonna break in over here so that we can work from the top down over here. And then we're gonna brick some of this in. Do I want that to be all metal there? Good news, the AC guy is supposed to be here tomorrow, so maybe I won't be dying of the heat stroke inside my house. That would be wonderful. I think that's a good plan. You should run with that. It's important to not die of heat stroke. These are things that we learn as we go through life. We're going to want to be able to get in here as well, so it's just going to be a day of liquid locks, everybody. Copy settings, paste. This is set to only let people out. This is why I switched to the airlock mod. Yeah, I know. It's, Oh, these are active. Okay, good, good, good. I can actually sweep some things. Like, let's get this shit out of here. I don't mind doing the airlocks. I guess they can get kind of tedious. This is completely unreasonable. I need to start drowning these things. One problem at a time, Nether. One problem at a time. Yeah, there's like almost 400 of them. Something like that. They're consuming all the CO2. These are the, like, overflow, like, slicksters. They don't actually need to be alive. And these guys aren't quite getting enough CO2 because these things are eating it before most of it drops through here, which may cause problems. So we're just gonna ignore this dumpster fire and focus on other things. I mean, I might be lying here. He's the one that just stops gas and liquids from passing. The airlock mod, I couldn't go back. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I understand. It's a reasonable thing. Does it at least slow everything down? Like, if you're going through an airlock that vacuums out between uses, it really should go really slow. That's reasonable. If you ignore the problem, I'm sure it will sort itself out. Of course, that's how things work. Really didn't think about this. I have to make two with vacuum in the middle. I have to make two with a vacuum. So separate the heat. Gotcha. I mean, that's a thing. It works, right? All right, let's slow down to 1x and let's think about our problem here. So that thing can see... I don't have a reasonable solution for this. The autophage quest didn't trigger, as far as I can tell. We wound up doing a bunch of smaller missions for the farmer and the overseer and the weapons guy. Did? I don't know. There was nothing about autophages that actually happened, so... Oh, my ship got hacked? Oh, right. I don't remember. Not far enough to technically know that autophages are a thing, other than you guys telling me about it. I seriously don't have a solution to this problem, so we are going to continue to ignore it. I don't care. It's not a problem until it starts causing the computer to crash. Then it's a problem. But the computer seems to be handling it just fine. This is how the machines fill it full of water. It is full of water. The water is just steam. I gotta remember not to let this go without paying attention. No, we would have to drown them in oil, which is basically what they poop. So we would more or less be drowning them in a pool of their own excrement, you know, because that's what we do in this game. See, it's supposed to be like this. The eggs get dropped in here, and then you have this on a high priority, so the duplicants grab an egg through the door, put it into the incubator. But once the incubator's full, these eggs just stay here, and when they hatch, they drown and turn into meat. And this door should be locked, actually. Which we could, in theory, do, except for the fact that this sweeper needs to be able to see all of it. I didn't design it very well, is what it comes down to. I don't know why I thought this would be a good idea. We might have to, like, break this area out. Another thing. Yeah, that's basically the plan. I think we're going to have to basically grab this little bit and then completely rework this, which will be fine. But I also don't think that's essential to take care of now. The only issue with it is we're burning more petroleum than we really need to, but we are getting petroleum at speed, so it's not like it matters. Medicine piloting agriculture, no. Excavation piloting science, no. I will take the iron. Steela could be a cook. Nope, taking the iron. Completion of projects more important than new dupes tonight. That so those fragments come down. I don't want to get stuff trapped up there. Oh, the True Tiles mod isn't working. Well, that's a thing. Actually, these should be set on an 8. God, I feel like I should be explaining what I'm doing, but okay. So let me try and explain. I mean, you can backseat. I don't mind. You guys, we designed and built this thing together. Well, like I couldn't have built this whole situation without the help of help of you guys. What's your thought? Did I learn French? I mean, yes? Question mark? Mini pumps help pull gas faster. Do they? And it's micrograms. Fair enough. We'll do that if we need to, but oh, I don't want you on sweep only. I wanted the other ones on sweep. Oh yeah. So what are you doing? Moving the airlock back? Yes. Because the design is larger. Like this is the outer bounds of the design, and the airlock is in the in here. So we need to move the airlock here so we can access the steam room. We're also putting an airlock here into this main space so that we can get in and do work. Because we're gonna have to drop water in here, and that's gonna be a lot easier coming from the top instead of trying to come in from underneath. I'm tracking. Not sure why, but it works. Okay, fair enough. The main problem with that, I know it's not going to be a huge problem. We're like very hot temperatures in here. At one point we were at 1,000 degrees. There's parts in here that are 300. I know it won't transfer too much temperature, but I'm concerned that if we put mini pumps in here, we're going to end up with melted plastic and sour gas. Not super concerned, but concerned enough. And for the non-Ani players, what I'm doing here, gases can't exist where tiles are. So, like, you brick this in, and it deletes the gases. Like, this is vacuum now. I want to see you tear the roof off because building in a vacuum would be easier to deal with. That will happen. I want this to get going, and then after this is going, we'll deal with a few other things. Oh my god. I'm just realizing some of the things I need to do. This is gonna get silly at one point. Past the silly threshold. Did I? I mean, if you say so. Alright, let's make this just a little bit more robust. That'll do. Okay, vacuum is happening. When it gets to this stage, it almost looks like the vacuum is expanding as if it was the gas, which I think is more or less what happens in the coating. Oh, we've got a problem, though. There's carbon dioxide in here. How can we deal with this? If I open this up, it's going to get it, and the gas will expand, and we'll wind up in the same situation. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Commodore Scuttle. It's micrograms. We could even risk a mini pump. Airflow tile plus Wheezewort. I'm not following. Will the Wheezewort delete the CO2? It won't erupt because we have a tile there. All right. There's a lot of ways to do this. Let's try and get the one that we like. Nope, we haven't been to space yet. Big map, doing lots of things. So... Okay, hear me out. Tiles, NAFTA, delete these 3, mini pump. Actually, could probably do that. Yeah. NAFTA, delete these 2 tiles, mini pump, push it out here. Right? I mean, the volcano's not going to erupt, and there's only micrograms in there. I prefer not to use mini pumps if I can avoid it around that kind of heat, but it shouldn't transfer enough heat. Yeah, heat issue. Do we think 2.7 grams of carbon dioxide is enough to flash the NAFTA? Yeah, probably, huh? Temp shift to insta-cool. Ish. Mini would melt. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking about, why we didn't put it in the larger area. If only I had remembered that the CO2 pocket was there. Don't know how there was a CO2 pocket in with the volcano. Seems odd, but usually that's always a vacuum. Metal tile and Weezewort. I like where your head's at, Weevil. Yeah, we're not going for overtime. We're on a short night anyway. We need to be done with this project in the next 4 hours. I mean, the other option is to just let it out and vacuum out the big space again. Pray and spray. Add alternate timeline if needed. How much per tile? We have 2.7 micrograms. Oh, no, wait. We've got 2.7 grams, 8 tiles. So, let's say 3 times 8, 16, 32, right, 16, 24. Got about 45 to 48 grams of CO2. Have to sweep the debris. That is true. And if they drop it on the naphtha, we're fucked. Yeah, I think we do have to pop it, like Commodore Scuttle is saying. Kind of sucks, but it is what it is, right? What we can do... Hold on. Let's mitigate some of the work by allowing this to clear out and then bricking it in right there. I mean, by that measure, we could actually do a few bits like that. Yeah, we'll just do it. Let's let the buggers... Oh, wait. We can't let them in yet. Can we? No, because this is still bricking in. That's fine. Actually, hang on. Yeah. Well, this is brick right now because we're bricking out the gases as a way of deleting them, so let's just finish that so that we can let them in properly. I don't have time to worry about you guys. This little guy, I wouldn't worry about this little guy. Also, that needs to get rerouted. Not entirely, but like... So many things that have to happen. Once we get this built, I don't even care. We can rip all this out. It'll put gases back in here, but that doesn't matter other than dealing with this magma, which theoretically should cool over time. This is a whole other can of worms that we got to deal with. Creative problem solving at its best, guys. Yeah, we're just gonna have to pop it. I just need them to build that tile. We gotta deactivate these, but we're gonna wait. Not sure how that hatch got there, but he did. It might not even get to the pumps. Like, it's struggling to overtake the vacuum. There's so little of it. Yeah. Oh, wow. I completely forgot we had this blueprint over here. Man, remember when we did that? I sure as hell don't. Once all this is cleared, that debris is swept. Then we've got to rip this stuff out. We don't have to, but we're going to. We have this all like set up anyway. That'll get dropped back down here. There's I remember how I knew how I was going to deal with this. I do remember how I was going to deal with it. We corner delete the CO2. That'll shove the debris one way, but then we can use building tricks to fix that. Okay. Oh, they can't actually get to that. Yeah, already gone. Fantastic. Let's leave the pumps in place for a hot second. Haha, hear what I did there? We're going to corner delete the CO2 now that we're in vacuum. There goes Aya. Getting this oil out of here is going to be a pain in the ass. All right, let's see how this happens. Okay, so all that debris got pushed there. It doesn't actually matter where the debris goes. Right? Because we could just do that, in theory. We don't have to shove it anywhere. We'll move this ladder here. How am I going to deal with this oil? I might... Yeah, I think the easiest way to deal with this oil is to do our projects, get all that stuff dumped down here, brick this in, and then just let the oil flow down and pool up down here. This is going to be the steam room here. I need this oil out of my way. There are so many things that have to go into that steam room, but... I don't know where you thought you were going with that. Okay. So... is it now officially time to chop this stuff up becomes the question. I think it is. Could also just put these up here-ish. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then it can be a later problem. It'll be fine. It'll all be fine. Okay, we're good. Future Nether can't take care of everything. I mean, he can. He's a great guy, but, you know, we'll try and give him a little bit of a pass on some stuff. All right, somehow or another, okay. Nope, nope, the steam room is becoming a problem. They're eating all the CO2 before it gets down to the breeders. That is problematic. Well, when in doubt, mass murder. Anybody prioritized? You're prioritized to attacking. We will deal with it manually for now. The great culling, absolutely. I got to redesign this hatchery. But until then, it'll be fine. Look how happy Merle is to be killing the scumbags. Computer doesn't like when a new day starts, is the problem. Gonna turn that off. Somehow refined carbon wound up in here. Oh yeah, we tried to use it to, doesn't matter. Never mind. reset the matrix, right? What are you getting? What are you getting? Fabrication supply 2. What are you fabricating? What could you possibly be fucking fabricating? Oh. These things. Right? Okay, whatever it was, I shut it off. It's fine. This is going to take a long time. This is what happens when you don't think about things properly. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Okay, well, while he's doing that, you can start the construction project. We're kind of starting this construction project. Not exactly, though. Our diggers are prioritized to do the murderage, and we need our diggers to dig this. Yeah, we'll fix this. I love this game, even if you can't stand the boss. Yep. I'm a big fan of late game Ani, but there are moments like this. I'm like, oh, we didn't plan for that. Let's just start this. Let's just start over. Here's my problem. If I run into an issue, I just stop. Yeah. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. We'll manually cull the snot rags until we get this project up and running. What we'll do is we'll focus on getting the water situation built, or at least mostly built, and then on Thursday we'll do a bunch of like cleanup and repairs and upgrades while this starts to kick on board. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Part of my brain was just like, yeah, it's no problem. If the carbon dioxide gets too high, then the overflow slicksters will eat it. It's like, yeah, but. Yeah, CO2 is out of the spot that needs to be vacuumed. Somehow I've managed to put polluted dirt over here too, which is another thing. Like, there's so many little things to deal with. I think one of the problems with Ani as a stream game is that there's a lot of times that you'll sit down for a session of Ani and there's no real progress. You just do things. You're just like, all right, let me clean up problems for a few hours. So unless you have a specific goal, streaming Ani can be... Yeah, I mean, tonight we are going to build something. That is part of tonight. We're just doing the last little bit of organization over here. In fact, we're going to start getting that out of the way as well. Great, I'm just watching for the pink. Oh, we're down to 135 creatures. We're doing fine. Game's too slow for your liking. I'll speed it up a little bit. This game is all about problem solving. I mean, it's hard to make any progress. At this stage in the game, yes. Early on, you can make progress pretty quickly, but at this stage in the game, 815 cycles in, it is a little bit more difficult. Also, if we had like 15 more duplicants, we'd be going a lot faster. I also, like, in general, I tend to be a slow player. This doesn't need to be... Right. Good night, Commodore. You have a great night. Keep turning down the dupes, so that sounds like a self-imposed problem. Yeah, it kind of is. It's kind of not. It's, you don't want to take garbage applicants, but, such is life. Garbage Tube still gets more work done than non-existent. True. Not entirely true. If they cause problems, then we have to spend time dealing with those problems. I mean, them not doing anything is fine, but them not doing anything and then vomiting everywhere and other people having to clean it up, that's a different story entirely. You have to feed them, you spend power on them. They consume resources, so... Wow. That was very loud. We have a vroom vroom remote, everybody. Because vroom vroom. Vroomity vroom. Vroom vroom. What is this? Tell me it's not... That's igneous rock. Not let all the meat spoil. There's like over 250,000 calories of meat just sitting around the base. Polka dot track pants. That's a style. It takes some guts to rock. Yeah, we can kill the rest of those. Also, I made this more difficult for myself by picking a map full of volcanoes. One of the reasons we have to go so slow is if we go too fast, we melt everything. But I love volcanoes. I don't know how you're supposed to not love volcanoes. They're just awesome. Our pool of mercury just keeps growing. Wait a second. Oh, it's a pip. That's fine. Volcano that spews blue lava IRL. Nice. Sounds like a good time to me. Blue volcano. It's gonna blow, oh, oh, oh. Volcano. Stretch? We can stretch. Oh. Tachyon. The order of operations with volcanoes is important. Like, I have to be extra careful at a lot of the different steps here, just because it is a volcano we're working with. Okay, so I think... Alright, that's all the hot stuff, if I'm right. I mean, these are obviously hot as fuck, but... Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to brick this in. We're going to brick this in, break all the stuff in here that we don't need in here, sweep those materials out to our main storage, and start putting together this whole nonsensical thing. And now that debris just all lives there for now. No problem whatsoever. Cool. Ready to see that happen? See what happened. Might not need to move that. Let me double check our plan. We do need to move that. Yeah, Dan, I assure you that the game can go a lot faster in the early game. We're just at the stage where, like I said, we don't have to do anything in particular. So we're taking on large projects that require great care and timing and all that stuff. I really want a Nisbet, but... Suit wearing and supplying. Is it though? Strength in tidying, not in supplying, so it has no bonus to getting her into a suit. We don't need the rancher at the moment. We might need the rancher long term. We don't need a doctor. I mean, frostproof and uncultured is good, but always need ranchers. I don't know. That just doesn't feel like good synergy to me. All right, let's think about this. All right, let me look at the skill tree again. No matter how many thousands of hours I play this game, I always need to look at the skill tree. So they would get ranching here, so that we would cost 1, 2, 3. It cost 4 points to get them into ranching. The tidying does nothing for us. They might as well just say. They might as well just say rancher. What do we have rancher-wise, though? Yeah, we do kind of need a rancher, though. Because we need to get them into suit wearing. So 2, 4, 7 points there, 8, 9, 10, 11. We need at least 11 points. Nisbet's my favorite, Carrie. Nisbet's my... That's why I'm like, I really want a Nisbet, because they're my favorite. I mean, all the dupes have personality, but Nisbet is the top one in my book. Ranchers don't really go outside to do much of anything else, do they? We might take the Nisbet. It's a good stinky too, though. A stinky as well, though, because suit wearing and supplying, that's a good hauler. We're going to eventually need another cook. They've got mole hands, which is helpful, and yokel can't do research errands we don't care about. Freya followed by Pei. This is why I never wind up taking dupes. Stinky is less cute. That is true. I mean, they're both redheads, but... Frostproof is meaningless on this map. Gastrophobia we don't care about because we have cooks. Trying to make the cutest team. Hang on. Who do we have cooking? Spoon Liquor is cooking. We have one dupe cooking. I don't think one dupe cooking is going to cut the mustard. We've got 2 ranchers already. I honestly think we have to take Stinky. Like, I want the Nisbet, but... very carefully. Very carefully. Because supplying and suit wearing go hand in hand. We're going to need another cook if we get up to like 30, 40 people. I think we got to take Stinky, guys. As much as I want the Nisbet, Stinky is a better dupe on average. Hurts my heart, but we're going to do it. Now, let's just make sure Stinky's not allowed outside before he does something stupid. There's no door here. There's no door here. Make door. Hold on. This is how I wound up with a dead dupe in my last playthrough. I didn't tell them not to go outside, and they went outside. I wish you could move these schedules around a little more. I'm absurd with my scheduling. I stagger every single person by 1 hour. But I have run 24 dupes on 3 toilets doing this, so. I've been playing Mind Over Magic, and you can make groups with rules. I just want a rule in my door, no going outside without athletics. Right? No going outside without athletics and a mask on. So he can't do researching, so we're not even going to bother putting him into anything at the moment. Right? Let's keep an eye on Stinky, see what he does. Gotta love the pips. Now Stinky just gets to run for, like, you know, however many cycles. You know, I tried Mind Over Magic. It was just not something for me. I was very excited about it, and I kind of just... It just wasn't what I wanted it to be. I don't like turn-based combat, so... The whole, like, why you make a good school in that game is... so that you can have the best wizard team for combat. And if I don't like the combat, then I start to lose, like, the reason why. If that makes any sense. Oh wait, actually, hang on. But I'm cool with the combat. I do understandable. The combat does get repetitive eventually. Not sure volcano device is long enough. But I am cool with the combat. I do love... Volcano device should be long enough. This should be 25. Right? This is where that nub is. And then this is 9. Yeah, we're fine. I'm cool with the combat. I do have the urge to make a mage that just one-shots everything. Yeah, I totally understand that. Like, I don't know. Again, it's just not my... It's not my preferred style of doing things. Okay, I think we can put that in. This is going to be weird to get right. This is not an optimized design by any means, but it'll do. This whole thing is going to be problematic later. Yeah, we'll deal with it when it is later. You need to go there, then we got to rip this out. I know not all of these bits and pieces need to be made out of obsidian, but I'm over here like, yeah, better safe than sorry, right? All right, now we can reroute this pipe. Also, Dan, things go a lot faster in this game if you plan better. But I think you already know how planning in me works. What am I gonna do ladder-wise? I think we do that. And we gotta actually, like, start putting this thing together for real. Okay, we need to put in the automation. I mean, not right away or anything. Timer. Made of steel. We need an AND gate over here. Made of steel. Oh, dang. I guess there is going to have to do. Automation wire is made out of steel. That's going to come over there. I don't even know what we're going to set that to is where I'm at with this. Posture check. Thank you, Con. How you doing? Welcome in. Just occurred to me that they can't corner build that. Actually, they can get to that. I can't remember if we had power going to this door or not. I think we did, right? Hang on. I gotta be sure. I didn't take a snapshot of the overlays. Guys, I've become obsessed with this new group, Neri, the Witch, or artist. I don't know if it's one person, two people. Oh, god damn it. Alright, so back to the main menu. I don't know why. Clay play. Load. Radical space rock. We'll have to reload the game again. I'm pretty sure it's one person, like an artist, but there's always these two people in the video. And I think they might be a couple and work on the stuff together, but I can't be sure. Because I've done no research. Okay, we did run that there. Yeah. It bothers me that this is not cleaner. It really does. But it is what it is. How much space is here? Yeah, I can't be bothered to give a shit about it. You know what? In my head, I'm like, I'll remember the plumbing. Sure you will, Nether. Sure you will. Why don't you just copy and paste it? Because it takes all of 3 seconds, and then you won't have to come back in here. The wiring is easy enough. It is what it is what it has to be, basically. Cool. Quit to desktop. Quit without saving. And bring up the game again. Okay. We're going to get it done. I swear we're going to get it done. I don't swear anything, actually. I don't know. Hello, not good to be honest. I just wake up after forgot my meds last night. Got some social panic attacks. I don't know why that's comes from, but anyway, I'll be fine. Yeah, I feel you, Cod. If I forget my meds at night, I'm a very different person the next day. And with bipolar, I mean, the ADHD thing is like, okay, I'm a little bit of a train wreck for a day or two, but if I don't take my meds, the bipolar starts kicking my ass almost immediately. Okay, power, conductive wire, steel. Actually, hang on a second. Why don't we build things out of tungsten? I feel like there's a reason. Never mind. Gotta do things the fucking ass backwards way. Pretty sure that's the pattern. There. We're just going to make everything out of steel because we have the steel and I don't want to think about things. When in doubt, make things out of steel. I already forgot that we had a new recruit come on board. I don't like loud sleepers. I don't like farting kit dupes. I'll check, Carrie. Thank you for keeping an eye out. It was. That one was too, apparently. Good eyeballs. Thank you. You just saved me a whole mess of trouble. Okay, I think that lets us do that. My fault. Absolutely my fault. I don't know what I was thinking. Cancel all of that. Dupes. Can't live with them. Can't stab them in the eyeball. Alright, so we do need to make sure that we're aware of... Oh god, what did we make the thermoconductor? We made them out of aluminum. Never mind, I remember now. Not tungsten, aluminum. Might be a good mod for stabbing them in the eyeball. Was this way? Yeah. That was there. I am just, since we have plenty of materials, I'm not going to try and build this in any type of like I'm just going to use obsidian. Those are the words I was looking for. I'm just going to use obsidian. We don't have to use it everywhere, but anywhere that there's potential that it could possibly do a thing. You guys would go through the door, wouldn't you? You need automation wire. One time, I 5x geotuned a volcano and discovered rock gas. Ooh! That sounds like it was a good time. It was melting. Oh, I forgot something. Right, that automation wire actually doesn't go up there. This automation wire comes down here. And we put a thermosensor in here. Oh, and we need steam in there. Oh, that's fine, because we just put water in there with a temp shift plate. Isn't it crazy how, like, there are things you don't even think about? Rock gas is very warm. Hey, Flower, how you doing? Alright, I think I actually have to deconstruct some of this. Guys, Flower, do I have you on the auto shoutouts? It's been a little while since you've been here. I don't even know. No, I don't have you on the auto shoutouts. But guys, you should definitely go follow Flower. I'll do the manual shoutout. And then I will make a note to add you to my auto shoutout list, Flower. How are you doing? What's the good word? Sometimes, yeah. I mean, sometimes is sometimes. Factorio? How do I not have a pen? It's because I have an Aya. But you can't get too reliant on anything. Okay. They flower. I'm just going to write your name right there next to my hand. How's Factorio treating you? Do you have a way to sacrifice a critter to the volcano? I guess we could theoretically just put a critter in here. I don't know how that would work, though. I honestly don't know if we have... Okay, we have water. Great, until the meat eventually decayed. Yeah, that was my thought. This design is so weird. I can't believe that it works to a certain extent. Put that there, we should be fine. Alright, this oil does need to get out of the way. This is all vacuum. Let me double check. Nobody wants to sweep this stuff, huh? Do we not have a location for tungsten? Is that not on the list over here? It's not. How about that? No wonder. Right, that whole thing where we've got to reroute infrastructure. I don't remember how much steam we put in there. It definitely wasn't that much. I think it was literally 20 kilos of steam, and we've got 470 kilos of steam there. Yeah, that doesn't... That'll be fine, right? It'll just take slightly longer to heat up. Almost forgot to tell. I found the Pulse Drive mod for No Man's Sky pixelated stream issue, tested it, and uploaded it if you want. That's awesome, Cod. Thank you so much. I tried installing the one that I found on Nexus Mods, and I've tried it 2 or 3 times now, and it doesn't work, so... We tested this system with like 20 kilos of steam in there, I think. Okay, this is, we gotta slow down a little here. Nether is screwing this up pretty hard. We're gonna corner delete that water, then we're just gonna get a little bit of water in here. It's 200 kilos. Do we have any, like, buckets of water just kicking about? How are we going to get 20 kilos of water? I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, right? 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 It just can't be like 400. You could take out the right of the water and mop. Fair point. Let's give that a shot. I mean, now we're down to like a little bit. 32.9 grams. I don't know. Is that a better problem to have or a worse problem to have? 911 grams. 12 kilos. Okay, I think we can make this work. $32 grams. Okay, so this is 12 kilos. So we relocate you there. This is 457 kilos. We don't want that bottle. This is just shy of 1 kilo. 13 kilos should be good. That should be sufficient. We just need some so that it can trigger the thermosensor. That doesn't have some place to go because our little water drop off is full, right? Right. I have some dumb stopgap solutions going on in this playthrough, but they are what they are. I make no apologies. Oh, wait. Diamond temp shift plate. Slow down, Nether. Going fast is going slow. Thank you for the help, Carrie. I appreciate that. Good suggestions across the board. Carrie is saving me from burning the whole base down. So the overtime I'm doing at work, we're only doing like an hour or two a day. Today we did like a little over an hour, and we're doing inventory, right? And the place is a mess because right before I came, they moved. So they're in a new building. The storage room is actually smaller than their old one, and it's a whole thing, right? And so there's like stuff in boxes, and like so. There are shelves that are numbered, so it's like, put it on the first shelf on the top row in the third position. So like, 113 or something like that. That's like supposed to be how it works, yeah? So in theory, that's great, except when they moved, they didn't put everything in specific boxes and they moved into a smaller space. So there's boxes with stuff that's like, oh, this is from the third rack of the first shelf, and this is for, like there's multiple things in boxes. So then it becomes this whole thing of like, well, where do I put this back? How do I count this? How do I make sure that the thing we're going to count next is accessible and we know where it is? All of this. And I'm like asking my, my friend, because he's been working there longer than me. He's the one that got me the job. He's more or less my manager, right? Without so much of having the title, because he doesn't really want that. Oh, that's how I did that last time, isn't it? Yeah. I did this like this, and I like that better, so no. Sure, that'll work. So we're over there, and he's like, yeah, do whatever you have to do. Just make it make sense. And I was like, but dude, I'm out of matches. He's like, huh? I just looked at him, he's like confused, and I was like, it's an arson joke, man. Anyway, it's my terrible, terrible joke of the day. Actually, I don't know why I'm making these pipes out of obsidian. If they break, burn this motherfucker down. Well, he did. Once I told him that, he's like, oh, don't worry, I won't steal your stapler. I was like, yes, this is why we're friends. Vroom vroom, what's up, Stalker? How you doing? Welcome to the madness, my good sir. Okay, now we also need water in here and water in here, in theory. Okay, so let's set a few things up. Okay, I'm gonna delete that so that I can get these stairs out of here. You get moved to the basement. FYI, before that movie, Swingline did not make a red stapler. That's awesome. I'll burn the building down. Yeah, you know what? They can build that. I heard the portal. I'm gonna have to go check on that, right? Anybody good? Machinery piloting buff, frost purifiers, bio blah 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 blah. Husbandry piloting, radiation eater, green thumb, biohazardous. You know the problem with radiation eater? You're like, oh cool, I'll just let them do all the work with radiation. They'll do blah 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 blah. Yes. But they still get radiation sickness, so it's great. They get calories. You need one that's like immune to radiation and is a radiation. Never mind. Stupid freaking game mechanics. This design is screw with you. We really kind of just need to do all of this right the first time. Wait, did I hear that go off again? No. Issue shadow blocks at the background means anything, or is it for scenario? Oh god, it's a mod that I put in for planning. Because Nether is too tired to remember everything in detail. I don't usually do a lot of modding, but sometimes it's just necessary for sanity's sake. I'm not changing game mechanics. I'm just making it easier for me to not screw things up too hard. Calories from radiation isn't like 1 gram of uranium like 10 billion calories. You know? I'm going to defer to you on this one, Stalker. I have no idea. You're the only human I've ever heard try to quantify the number of calories in uranium, so... yes. Sure. Why not? I don't know. You do things the dumb way, but it works. Isn't it really smart? See, this is what you like to see. Never have to eat again if you eat uranium. A few grams of uranium, you'll be nourished for the rest of your life. And yeah, I've heard that too. Another fun fact, if you ate something like 40,000 bananas in 10 minutes, you'll die of the radiation sickness. I'm losing the thread of where we're going with this, but I love you guys. This is great stuff. Keep it coming. Okay, so we have 18 tiles. This is where I need a calculator. This game requires a calculator. So 18 times, I like about 20 kilos in there, is 360 kilos. So yeah, basically like 2 bottle emptiers full. I didn't need to put this much effort into it, but hey. Heather, I just want you to know I found an X-Class upgrade for my Infra Knife, and my DPS is up to 267,000. That sounds unnecessary, but also wonderful. So when are you going to start playing on permadeath mode, Dan? It seems like you've broken the regular mode. Like you said you were playing on the lower difficulty just because, like, why bother? Sounds like you need a new challenge. Still hunting for the other two. I don't know. We should all do it together. We should all start a permadeath on the same day and see who lives longer. All right, let me check something. Overlay. Power in, power out. Correct. Are you made of steel? Are you made of steel? You're made of steel. Fantastic. Pipes. Okay, fantastic. Automation. Wonderful. Okay, so that is what needs to be in the steam room. You can go there. The only goal with a hardcore run would be to get to the center of the galaxy for the achievement. Would you cheese your way to the center of the galaxy, or in the spirit of the hardcore run, would you do it the intended game mechanic way? like I've done oxygen not included playthroughs where I didn't use any infinite liquid and infinite gas storage because it was not in the spirit of the challenge. Utilize all the tools available to me? Yes. I mean, seems reasonable. We might actually accomplish this, guys. How are we going to accomplish this? I don't actually know. We're going to put you just, like, right there. You guys know how cartoons do absurd things with, like, old jokes? I remember, there was the Tasmania cartoon, right? Everything's super expensive. You do less damage while everything does more to you. Stacks of resources are limited to, like, 500. It's pretty crazy. No, you guys told me that. Hardcore is exactly what I think it is. Because you guys explained it to me. Another thing I don't need to make out of steel, but I'm probably gonna make out of steel. You guys would get mad because I use all the tricks I know to beat you. I mean, no, not really. Hang on a second. Now, I know this is a dumb question, but do we have some petroleum somewhere? 9.6 kilos is not going to cut the mustard. Ooh, how much are you? 134 kilos? That might just get us there. Actually, Well, that did unexpected things. We have naphtha somewhere, right? I remember we have naphtha somewhere. Me and Devil Story continues. Oh! There's that horrible old joke of like, who was that woman I saw you with last night? I wasn't a woman, that was my wife. And so in Tasmania, the dad is supposed to be the comedian, and they were like, hey, who was that, what was that knife I saw you with last, or no, what was that cutlery I saw you had last night? He's like, that wasn't a cutlery, that was my knife. I don't know why I thought of that. It just, dumb shit like that breaks me. Do we not have... Is naphtha spelled with a PH? Yeah, it is. How much of you is there? 206 kilos. Let me try a joke. A naked guy goes to a costume party with a girl on his back, and he says, "Hi, I am Turtle," and the girl, that's Michelle. This is good stuff. Oh, something occurs to me. Power needs a way to get in here. It's not optimal, but I think here is our way in. I'd love to put it over here. Zippo fuel. Is it? Naphtha's melted plastic, so... This thing's actually coming together nicely. Plastic is made from petroleum. I mean, yes, we definitely have petroleum going on. Don't think we have to go down here anymore. Who thinks it's time? Where'd you go? No. He went to do the thing before the thing was done. Oh, I know what we're doing, and I know where I screwed up. Oh, son of a bitch. Does it matter? I was going to expand this steam room so that we could run the rock through here to delete heat. Because this room is going to run hot, and this room is going to run Ish. But we've built ourselves into a corner, and I'm not rebuilding this crap. Yeah, there's a block right there. But we will actually... I think it's time to start opening up the volcano, now that I think about it. Okay, so how are we going to do the cooling down of the rock? We'll do the thing, right? Yeah, we actually had to put that in place. I don't remember why, but if you build one tile temp shift plate of coal right there, the moment the volcano tries to erupt, it'll turn to refined carbon. So, let's open up the volcano. Start getting the magma flowing. I'm gonna slice that. That'll make it easier for us to make sure this door stays closed. Okay, cool. Okay. Yes, the thing that I forgot. You know what? Sorry, I make weird... That doesn't matter. I'll just do it in here. How many tiles do we have in here? So we need about 2 tons of water in here. There's 5 tons of... Well, it'll get pulled out. Yeah, we're setting up a system to pull it out. So how about... And we're going to wind up putting brine in there anyway. What are you? You're mercury. That won't work. You know what? 5 tons of brine will do just fine. Let's just bring you in there. Replace that stuff. I think we can hide our plans now. Not quite. So we've got to break that and put in an automation wire, because we need to be able to automate this door. I don't remember the setting. Hold on. Let's just look up the solidification point of magma. $1409. So we had this at 1400. If it gets above if it goes below 1400, because below 1400, we want this door to close. No. Hang on. Right. Below sends a green signal. Right, and that green signal opens the door. So as long as this is below 1400, which is what we need to solidify the magma, the door will stay open. The moment this gets above 1400, it'll close the door and inject chill to help solidify it. Right. And then we need a thermosensor. We'll make this out of steel, just for a safety sake. Multitask. You don't have to apologize for being quiet, Dan. I'm gonna apologize for being quiet. I'm the one that needs to be loud and entertaining. Look at me! Look how loud I have to yell. I'm being so wasteful with steel. There's not really a need for this to be steel, but it is like a safety measure. Safety third, after all. And this is if it's below 185 degrees. Below, so you have to do this backwards from what you think it is. I want the door to open when it's above 185 degrees. Yes. Fantastic. Missed a few pieces. Prime time for evening meds. That it be. Guys, if you don't know what we're talking about and why we call it prime time, it's because Posture pointed out that 9:53 is a prime number. I used to take my meds at 9:55, but you know, how can you deny mathematical stuff? It's just good math. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm very tired. I'm pretty excited to play No Man's Sky tomorrow. We're gonna continue making progress on the missions. I'll probably do some other stuff as well because I want to go ship shopping, and we need to upgrade our monetary income. Alright, now before Nether does something dumb, okay, so we want that to rotate through here. I'm gonna screw this up. I don't think that needs to be steel. The cords for a kick-ass ship if you want them. Dan, are we talking about the Sentinel ships that you were talking about getting me? Because I'm on board with the Sentinel ships. Let's do the thing. These don't need to be steel. That's a waste of materials. Yeah, I would love the cords for that. We can make these out of copper ore, especially since we're going to have access to them. Right. What happened? Mike, raiding with the party of one. Mike, every little bit helps, and thank you so much for coming on in. How the heckaroonie are you, my dude? Was this the first stream back since you've been able to alleviate some of the uncle duties? Find out what design you like the best. Send me pictures. I think you put some of them up in the Discord, but I haven't been able to check them yet. Yes, congratulations. Guys, Mike is starting to stream again. And we should all go give him some love. He's trying to do the things. You played Lethal Company, right? How was it? Did you win? Okay, and now we also need... Yeah, they can build those things. Conveyor rail thermosensor. Make that out of copper. We'll put you here. Conveyor shut off, made out of steel, because that has an overheat temperature. Automation wire, we'll do copper. And then rails. For now, that will be like that. Yep, and we all died at the end. There is no winning. Of course not. Do you want like an ultimate 4-square ship or just a cool S-class? We had a lot of fun though. Then you won. Having fun is winning in my book. I don't know, Dan. If you have the access to an ultimate 4-square, I'd like to see what it looks like. If it looks like total dookie, maybe I'd prefer not to worry about it. Honestly, I'm pretty thrilled with my the fuck do you call it? Solar ship? So anything that's cool like that is awesome. Also, I got to go get that scanner gun that I found. There's a few other things I want to go hunting for as well. Yeah, there's a few things I want to go looking for in that game. If I try to think too hard about it right now, my brain won't work, but I'm going to do this like that. You're almost to the point where you can get it. It just keeps progressing the quest line. Oh, I'm talking about a different one. There's I found the chords for a royal one that has a 4-square. So that would be my best scanner at that point. There, Kevin, nice here. Thank you, Mike. Take it easy, dude. Erupts in 3.8 cycles. Below 220, we'll call it? Sure. Found a second X-class upgrade, DPS up to 287. Damn. Like I said, time to go hardcore, Dan. 220? Might have to change this number, but for now we're going to do that. Okay, more pipes. Okay, so next up on the agenda, we're getting down to it. We've almost finished building this thing. Then we just need to bring the water over after the magma buffers. You have an overheat temperature. Oh, god damn it. Right. That has to go there so that it's in the petroleum because we're working this in a vacuum. Right? Right, because that's the spot where the heat will transfer. The other option is to put radiant, one of the radiator dealies. Oh, we need to get polluted water over here as well. All right, so we've got a little bit of work to get done here while the thing does the thing. Yeah, that's what I was getting to. Conduction panel. Actually, I don't think you can put a conduction panel because it has inputs and outputs. So you can't do a conduction panel with the shutoff. So it kind of has to be there. One of the downfalls of the conduction panel is that you can't bridge it across things that have inputs and outputs for liquid. So we jump over it there, and then we'll have to do some shenanigans with these guys. Okay, so then we're going to grab one of these guys. We'll just jump over here. No. We want that to go up, right? Right. You need to go up to the thingy. Which means that can't really cross there. Okay, so that gets us that situation. The fuck is that pipe? Oh my god, there are too many pipes. Oh, that's right, we were going to be able to reroute that. Oh, the oil is dry over here. We're working over here. Okay, so we need to actually start having these run. And we do want to clean that out down there. But we want that to fill. Okay, yeah. Okay, and we got to make sure to continually cull the snot rags until we figure out how we're going to deal with them long term. I redeemed a meat suit right after I said I was going to go there. All right, right, meat suit. Meat suit it is. Let's meat suit and then restroom. Ah. Oh, good pop, good pop. Thank you, Mike. I needed that. Yes, Tachyon. Yeah, mommy, now. Meow. Meow. Oh, he's a handsome upside down kitty. All right, we do 5 squats per redemption to keep Nether healthy, wealthy, and wise. Something like that. I don't know. I'm not wealthy or wise, unless you're counting wise guy. All right. This is so hard. 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and then liquid restroom break could be considered meat suit maintenance. It could. You could. Dan makes a valid point. Dan, you are the man. Okay, and we need power to get to the shutoff. And we need to put in the automation. We need to run the pipes. God, are we even going to be able to turn this thing on? Okay. I'm going to do that. I'm going to hit the restroom. I'm going to run the ad a little early so we don't have to come back right into an ad. I will be back in a couple of minutes. And if you guys enjoy the music on the Be Right Back screen, the man, the myth, the legend, Bobby Mendibles did it for me of the Electric Delirium. Go give him some love. I will see everybody in a second. Yes. Okay, everybody, I'm back. How are you? I heard a thing go on. Lallander Falasian. I'm Lolland. Tell me how to pronounce your name, please. Welcome to the madness. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, couple of things. Let's get you tucked in like that. Let's empty the NAFTA, right? It's not nearly as important that this is a vacuum as it is that this is a vacuum, so that's why this is just going to be a blob of NAFTA. Okay. I'm going to put that on play. And we need automation. Oh, and there's new printables available. All of the things. You should do the SMP later so I understand the lore and basics of survival. Nerdy, what's up? Maybe we'll do the SMP on Saturday. I haven't been on the SMP for a while. There's not necessarily lore so much as a group of amazing people taking good care of each other. I do have some building stuff I could do. I will, maybe I'll put it to a poll in the Discord. I don't know. Let's talk about that on another night that's not tonight. It's an idea, though. Maybe we'll do the SMP on Thursday. So is that natural or player built at spawn? Natural, but player augmented. So, like, a lot of people kind of took over a house and made it their own. And then that whole bridge system thing that looks like almost like it's made out of trapdoors and platforms. That's something that myself and Sky Kid and I think one or two other people helped build. So the answer is yes. You know, I don't think we need the bristleberry, but I don't like either of these dupes, and we don't need another puffed, so. Says we should all do a hardcore permadeath run. Yes. Let's all hardcore permadeath. My deaths on that game are all stupid. Like, I went without a death for a very, very long time on that game. Okay, let's get the rest of this automation in. So we need an ore gate made out of, we'll go with copper. It doesn't really matter. We're going to put you here, right? Right. We're going to grab a thermosensor. Also doesn't really matter what it's made out of. We're going to put that there. And we're going to build an atmosensor here. That goes into there. Then we need a buffer gate. I mean, I'm not usually the person who's inclined to do hardcore like that, but if you guys want to do hardcore, I'd be willing to give it a go. From here over, we could do this out of lead. You go there. You go there. And you go there. Right? Right. Yeah. They're killing the snot napkins. Perfect. Okay, so this thing... This one is pumping water up to our air. That's fantastic. This one is pumping water down to the oil. So this one really doesn't need to exist the way it does. We do need... Okay, so we were getting oil out this way. We don't need to do that. That can get oil out. How were we getting water in? We weren't, right? Just not a thing. Excellent. Fantastic. Wonderful. Couldn't be happier about that situation, right? Fuck a duck. So many problems. That has to be dealt with right now anyway, too. Okay. These pipes can get cleaned up once all this thing starts doing stuff. And things. But we need it to be something else right now. So, insulated pipe from here. Can come down here. There's a full layer of abyssalite there, so that's fine. That goes there. That all gets deleted. Right, I'm going to let this play on a 1, because all that needs to start happening. This was my idea. I mean, I'll take credit for it as long as everybody's enjoying it. If not, it was all Dan's idea. This is going to require so much cleanup later. Can we even get there? We can get there. God, what a dumb way to do things. How fast do these things freaking get born? I just realized we're killing some of the wild regular ones, but at this stage of the game, I don't actually care. Actually, you. Oh, you're tame? I don't know how you got tame. It's fine. Don't care. It's fine. Okay. Now, the reason I did that is because I'm trying to figure out how we're getting water into the tank. Because that's actually coming up from down there. Right. This starts to get absurd real fast. Let's just make a mess of the whole goddamn thing, right? This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Okay, so what's gonna happen What's up, Wanderer? We're actually building this godforsaken thing now. We're almost done, but now we have to actually, like, put together the pipes and stuff to make it happen. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to come from here. There will be pipe cleanup. That's just an inevitability. Yeah, what's up, Shadow? How you doing? For now, there. Dude, future Nether is so fucked. $313 DPS. I mean, I think I have like 74 or 78, and considering that, I'm very happy with my DPS. It's like 74,000 or 78,000, whatever the hell it is. So the fact that you have 313, like, you're firing for what, like half a second? I mean, all things considered, the piping doesn't look too bad. Also, found an extra X-Class upgrade I can throw your way. That will be an improvement over any S-Class you get. Sweet, because I only have S-Classes currently in that ship build. I should check my old ship to see if there's anything better. I bet it is. There is so much more automation. So guys, Thursday is going to be a lot of cleanup. Like if we get this thing actually like functioning to some degree, not even if. Oh my god, I built this in the wrong place. I don't want that there. I want you over here. I mean, easy fix, but still annoying. Shit, I don't know what I did. That's fine. That can go there. Go to the pirate system that sells it, run to vendor, buy one, run back to ship, hop out of ship, reload, save, repeat until all the ones you got. Find one that is an upgrade. Rinse and repeat. I've been rolling these for a couple hours and spent close to 25,000 nanites. I mean, the nanites are the easy part. Over the weekend, I spent like almost 200,000 nanites, I think. I gotta get the, what is it, the plasma something or another, rather than the mining gun. Oop, volcano's about to erupt. In 1.4 cycles? Seems odd. You can only buy one at a time. You have to, then you have to reload, so it's a pain. Sounds interesting. Hang on a second. I forget. Hey, Wanderer. You remember we said we had to put in an AND gate here? I've got the AND gate in place, and it's wired to this thing, but I can't remember the logic that we needed in the steam room. What did we need in the steam room? Was it above a certain temperature or below a certain temperature? Because we talked about it, but we didn't actually build it because it was getting close to the end of the stream. If you're still there, of course. Or was it... It wasn't this sensor. That was like a week ago, and you expect me to remember. I don't expect anything from anybody. I'm just curious if you do. If not, we have the wire in place for when we figure it out. You had a concern. You were like, my concern long-term is XYZ. Drugs to kill my memory, and that's when I'm not drinking alcohol. Fair enough. You made a really good point, and I don't remember what it is now. Sharing is caring. What's up, Naku? Thank you for the chat. Thank you for coming in, hanging out. Thank you for the follow as well. All right, for now, what we're going to do is we're going to put a switch in here. Just control the temperature of the plate above the thermocoupler so that it wouldn't heat up the steam room even when the system was off. Water purification using volcano power. We have brine and salt water, and I'd like to filter the toilet water through a steam room rather than through filtration medium, because I hate using resources when we have volcanoes. We're on a volcanic map, so volcano, 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 minor volcano, minor volcano. Minor volcano, gold volcano, aluminum volcano, aluminum volcano. Yeah. Yeah, the thermocoupler on the left, nearest the lava. We decided what? Shit, I know, I remember us talking about this, but I can't remember why. It was off for a long time. The thermocoupler leading to the lava would still be going, and it would dump heat into the steam room. Right. Oh, right. If there wasn't water being purified, it would continue to dump water. Leaving me visually challenged. So we need a thermosensor that's more or less like... if it's under a certain amount, don't give more of magma. Is that what we're doing? We needed a way to turn off dumping in more lava if we weren't putting in water, or if we just wanted to turn the system off. Right. But what are we triggering it off? Are we triggering it off an atmo sensor or a thermo sensor? I forget. A master arm switch would work, and we could replace it with conditional sensors. Alright, let me do this. Let's put a wire that goes up like this over to a switch here. Actually, you don't have to be made out of steel. We're getting a little flagrant with our use of steel, especially considering we're not making any at the moment. Actually, we can turn that back on. How much refined carbon do we have? 24 tons. Alright, we're not putting on coal to refine carbon. We don't need that going. 300 tons of coal. I remember when we were, like, choked for coal. Yeah, these were the details I was going to work out, but never had time to work out. I don't know why I paused it. The dupes have plenty of work I need them to get done. You can just be made out of copper. Go there. If it's above 185, we want it on. Because then when it drops below 85, it'll send an off signal, which will close the door. You need the upper metal tile between the mesh tile and the door because it could lead to lava state change. I remember us turning that to insulated tile, but it wasn't state changing this as fast. And it shouldn't state change in this tile. If the lava is filling up to this tile, then we have bigger problems than storing chill in these, because we don't store any chill in that tile to help state change the magma over here. Valid, right? Stop pausing, Nether. The dupes have a lot of work to get done. We have so much barbecue. I have 120 tons of dried mixed berry pie and spicy tofu. We'll trade. Sounds good. Sounds good. Right. The other thing that needs to happen... There is so much piping to do. Piping hot nonsense. Coming at you live. Yet another thing that I'm like... So much of this is going to get rerouted once we get rid of, like, a bunch of random garbage around the map. Like, once we get rid of this abyssalite ring, which we could theoretically do now, but I don't want to focus on that. There are way different things that we could do. Also, this system is not very robust. Like, there is the potential for this to get backed up, but... all those levels, if they were all fluid up, it would be like a mini Death Star. Levels? Death Star? Let's go. Death is the star. Alright, we're at the part where I could probably just go get a sandwich and wait for the dupes to work. Machinery, husbandry, frostproof, uncultured. I mean, not synergistic at all. Don't need plastic, but we have 600 tons of plastic, by the way, guys. Does anybody else get a lot of satisfaction out of cleaning up their map? Yeah, that's all. Only 600 tons. I get a lot of satisfaction out of cleaning up the map. Like, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, I can't wait to rip out these pieces of abyssalite and get all that space to, like, clean up the pipe system. Love to clean up my map if I could keep it clean. Right. Anytime you take on a new project, you're not going to be able to keep the map clean. Oh, we need polluted water for our cooling loop. That's one of the things that is missing right now. More pipes to run. You know where our polluted water is? It's up here. What is the clean you speak of? I have yet to experience this. Posture check. Thank you, Raven. I really appreciate that. I definitely am slouching. Look at all these materials coming into our base. Oh, the volcano's erupting? Look at that, there's magma. Same, as soon as I clean everything, I decide to build or change something else. Yeah. I don't mean necessarily like fully swept up. I mean like the pipes in more straight lines, not like knotted over each other jumping. But I guess that never changes either, huh? This needs buffers, which could easily be put in place over here. Which is also where somebody suggested putting the batteries. Yeah, so on Thursday, one of the things we're going to do is kind of get the last little pieces of automation into the steam room, along with fixing the hatchery. Because as it stands right now, the only way to deal with this hatchery is basically... Stuck in dumb loop of starting a new world. I strip mine a massive square area, take a break, and start a new world. Next time I play, one day I will actually replay the same world twice. It is... Chronic restart-itis is a thing. When the Frosty Planet pack came out... Tubes... in theory, tubes, but they have to build everywhere on the map. There's not one specific place they're really going to, and we're mostly dealing with hot volcano stuff. So I think the only place we could put tubes is if they came down here to work, which is a possibility, but that's like one of the closer nonsensical things we're doing. Like, how do I put tubes to, like, build this stuff and build this stuff? Magma and the transit tubes? Yeah, that's a good way to go. Plus, tubes cost a lot of power, in theory. I mean, I know they only cost power when they charge, but we've got more bionic dupes than we really have power to deal with. Like, the 10,000 from the petroleum generators is enough because the steam turbines are still working a little bit. What do I have this sensor set to? 145. Dear God. You've outdone me. I'm out. Looking intricately cool. Take care. All right, Tango. Transit tubes do be expensive. Once your base is mostly laid out and you have your sour gas, it's not an issue. Before then, I always cringe because they are so hungry. Yeah. The petroleum boiler is doing the job of keeping the base running and keeping our bionic dupes alive. But it is augmented by the steam turbines kicking on from time to time. Also, we got to get this magma the fuck out of here. I think it's gradually cooling down. I need to give space. I don't even think we can get in here. We can't even get in here anymore. Problem for another time. You said you had too much plastic, and there... Oh, as a solve for the plastic surplus, not for transit surplus. I see where you're going with this. There are much smarter ways for me to do things. Why are you kicking on when only one input? Oh, because it's backwards. They both need to be off for that to kick on. Have we solved our oxygen problem? Oh, nobody's got popped eardrums anymore. See, power just went down. Why? Did something melt? Yep, that melted. Because we're not getting stuff out of here fast enough. If I was clearing the aluminum fast enough, it'd be fine, but we just lost power, which means we lost the ability to eat food, which means a lot of things. Right, somebody brings the materials and somebody else comes to build it. I gotcha. Smarter is not as fun. Alright, power's back on. Rip Val Kilmer. Are you being funny or did Val Kilmer actually die? Dumb question, but why double liquid lock? Because volcano. Over here, I didn't want to use the blob locks. We've had trouble with the blob locks, and we need the vacuum in the middle. So this just felt like more robust. Plus this space was an awkward space. Over here, it's strictly because volcano. Although, again, blob locks are just unreliable. Of course, we were doing them prior to having naphtha. He actually died at 65. Aw. Was he actually a good guy? I don't remember. I think he was cool, right? Well, why are you no power? See, this is what I'm talking about. We're getting spotty power, and I don't know why. I guess that spotty power moment caused more spotty power. How much do I care? I mean, that battery is still full. Am I missing something? Yes, I am. There we go. I was like, I almost fixed it. Let's just make sure, like, all of that is steel. Yeah, because we're still processing the debris that was in here, which we're not getting anywhere. I mean, we're getting somewhere, but we're chilling it down so that it doesn't melt plastic, so... How is Stinky doing? We took Stinky on early today. 3 in athletics already. Good job, Stinky. Stinky's going to be a hauler until we need a new cook. Well, an additional cook. Oh, they can't get to that one. Guys, I need a vacation. I honestly can't wait for this month to be over. Because this month is the most stressful so far about, like, getting money before the second, third, something like that. As long as I get the money I need together for the beginning of next month, the subsequent months should be a lot smoother. It's catching up that's hard. Catching up is hard to do. Yeah, but you know, I got to come up with $3,000 before next month. So you know, there's a month is not a lot of time for that. Not legally, at least. Actually, kind of. I have equipment to sell. Music, like I have expensive music equipment to sell. I've just been trying to get a good price for it, and I'm gonna have to just bite the bullet and be like, screw it. 4710D, 21176, radial JD7 injector, 3421s, a bunch of headphones, a cool bass DI, 31 band EQ, sonic maximizer. Could theoretically sell like one or two of my basses, but it feels wrong to do that. Well, the problem with the work OT is that I took Monday off and I go in late on Wednesdays. So most of this week's OT is just going to be making up for lost time. And next week's OT, I'm only going to get like 2 or 3 hours of overtime next week, even though I'm going to stay late 5 days because I have to go in like 3 hours late on Wednesdays so that I can have therapy. And I don't want to not go to therapy, because therapy is awesome. I love going to therapy. But every little bit counts. Alright, so this pipe is actually becoming obsolete. I had to sell my Access Virus T12 synthesizer last month. It hurt till now. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, you do music. That's right, COD. I got to check your music out. I saw that earlier today. I played in a lot of experimental and metal bands most of my life, but I did do a few like straight rock type things, and I was mostly a producer. You want to buy a 21176 or a 4710D? Producer engineer. I was better engineer than I was producer, honestly. It ain't $3,000, but it's just, oh. Thank you, Wanderer. That is amazing. Big hugs, my dude. I freaking thank you. That's so generous of you. Do you want to name a duplicate? Or the whole colony, for that matter? I don't know what to do other than say thank you. You're amazing. That means a lot to me. Like, you guys have helped me so much, like, in so many different ways. And, like, you know, I always say monetary support's always appreciated but never required. And, I mean it. Wait, what is this pipe? Oh, that's the pipe that's going... Right, we were stealing this. Yeah, no, for real, like, thank you so much. If I was less tired, I'd be jumping up and down with joy, but I really appreciate that. That helps a lot. For that amount, I think Juan deserves something special. Yeah, what do you want, Juan? Like, you let me know what you want. I don't know what to give. Come from a family of musicians, and having been there, the idea of a musician selling their tools is especially abhorrent. No, I'm good. Well, you gotta at least name a dupe. We can name a dupe after you. We've got plenty of dupes. There's a Bonnie, a Gosman, a Lindsay, a May, an Otto, and a Stinky. Which one do you want? I probably won't sell my basses. Like, I have a 6-string fretless Carvin and a mid-80s Rickenbacker, and I really don't intend to sell those, but... Mechatronics or botanist, both are close to what I used to do. Computer biology. Oh, okay. That sounds great. That sounds awesome, actually. Computer biologist. What does that entail? Okay, so Bonnie is one of our haulers. Gosman is a mechatronics engineer. So that works there. May is an artist. Otto's a mechatronics engineer. So yeah, do you want Otto or Gosman? Because I think the farmers are already named. Although Lindsay's a rancher, and I think they help with farming. Because we don't do a lot of farming, so our ranchers are seconding in farming. Gosman? Alright. Gosman, you will henceforth be known as Wanderer. We actually have a lot of mechatronics engineers, because they never go out of style. WANDYRER77. Excellent. Wanderer, welcome to the team, and thank you for your generosity. Okay, so the water is flowing down here. I feel like we're almost there. The big wait is for the magma tank to buffer a little bit. In fact, the problem is 26 cycles from now it goes dormant, and it's going to be dormant for like 60 cycles, and I don't think we're going to have enough magma to really make this work until it comes back active again. So we built this whole thing, but there's the likelihood that we're not going to be able to turn it on right now. Yeah. That is not a thing. Okay, hang on. Now this stuff is actually going up through the base. And we would prefer to not have that happen. God, we have so much water. This tank is going to run out. Like, of space. This tank is going to run out of space. Okay. what are we missing? We rerouted the water that's going to the... To dumb that down as much as possible. Imagine trying to find a tiny spot on a ball of yarn where one thing happens and then predicting the change computationally if you change the ball of yarn or if something else changed another protein upstream or downstream from it. I see. So programming simulations based on observation of biological stuff and things. DNA of genetics. Yes. Okay, cool. I sometimes know how things work. Okay, so let's just do a recap on our water. This thing is outputting on average 2.59 kilos per second. We're pumping water into our petroleum generators. Dear God, I've had to manually kill a lot of slicksters today. We're pumping the oil into petroleum generators, which is a water positive process, getting us back more water than we pump in. We have this giant tank here, which we've got to filter. And then, in addition to that, we've got to plug in this saltwater geyser at 3.5 average, this cool salt slush geyser at 1.5 average, and then, no more than then, we have two steam vents, 1.3 kilos and 1.4 kilos. Don't sell them. I honestly have been beating myself up with anything I make because I know how much better it would have been. I gotta tell you, wait, painful use keyboard and mouse. I hope I don't have to sell my tractors. Oh man, yeah. I'm in a situation where I don't actually do music anymore. Like, I don't want to part with my basses, but I have, like, completely shifted gears into content creation, like, fully. I stream and I do YouTube. And I suppose theoretically I could start doing music for the YouTube channel, but that's not really my thing anymore. I don't know. I kind of burnt out hard on music. The industry part of the music industry really screwed me up. So I haven't really... It kind of killed a lot of the vibe for me. And I'm at that point where, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'll get back into doing music anytime soon, or at all for that matter, but there's a lot of memories in it. Like music breaks and stream. It's not out of the question. It's not a priority, but it's not out of the question. Well, it's also a matter of, like, I don't feel the need to start again, you know? I also do I'd probably start doing my visual art before I started doing music again. I do like a mixed media art where I take photographs and then I draw over them with pen and ink and stitch them with embroidery thread and, like, stuff like clasps and hooks and buttons and stuff like that. It kind of makes the beautiful women that I take photography of look kind of like rag dolls that are being torn apart or falling apart. I've posted pictures of it in the art section. That's something... If I had infinite amount of time, I would do lots of things. But right now, my main goal is to stream full-time and have at least one video or VOD being released a day on YouTube, which is working out quite well. And both are growing and all of that. A few months ago, just as I got the day job, the YouTube crossed the 1,000 subscriber mark, so I can officially make money off of the commercials that everybody uses ad block on. I say that because YouTube's been bugging me about my ad blocker. And I'm like, I really shouldn't be doing an ad blocker. Oh yeah, I was like moving this. We're going to leave that as is because I don't know which one I want to move. We can make one of these into a puffed ranch and one of these into a... Do we need slime, though? I don't really need slime. Ad block plus. Congrats. Thank you. I've been working hard. There's literally a video going up every day. Between VODs, I've got 2 videos scheduled for the Oxygen Not Included tutorial series. I think most people here are not going to need it because you guys have taught me a lot of stuff, but it's kind of designed to be a beginner's guide. Ad block origin. The first episode is literally all the pre-game choices because I feel like when you're a new player and looking at like all the possible things to do, it can get overwhelming. So the first episode of the Ani tutorial series is like what all the menus do and how to select a starting planet and how to select dupes. The second episode is literally the interface. Like what is all of this shit that you're looking at on the screen when you're playing? We're going to start working on the third episode this weekend, which is going to be actually how to start on the different planets. I'm just passing 5K hours. I still learn shit in Oni all the time, and I'm an actual scientist. I want to do a No Man's Sky guide to the mold factory, Dan, because I think I could break it down a lot more simply and a lot more concisely than the ones I've seen. So I'm probably going to do that. Learn how to build a rocket and travel to another planet. In Ani or in real life? Because if you figure that out in real life, I'd be down to take a ride. I could use a vacation. Ani. Do a beginner's guide too? I probably will. I mean, yes. Okay, so have we rerouted enough stuff to make... Oh my god, we are overfilling this line. That actually is kind of fine. This is exactly why I did this. We're saving toilet water so that we always have polluted water for cooling loops. Good times. Actually, we kind of need this to come down here. Because we eventually want the toilet water to be purified in this thing. Oh my god. Why does my life make no sense? No, I'm not going to connect that. Oh, I could connect that. Yeah, let's connect that. Right, there's no power going to it just yet. So it will just loop. This design really... Oh, you know what we didn't put in? Temp shift plates. Do we want to make those out of diamond? I feel like that's overkill for this system. That's 68 tons of diamond. I think we just make them out of granite. I'm very stingy with my diamond. Early rocket engines are capable of doing what you want, but especially early on, your best way to start once you pick your target planet is drop rovers until you have your landing area cleaned up. Once that's done, you can land your first dupes, build a rocket pad, and then have your dupes stay on the planet for however long your rocket allows for dupe survival, and bring them home again until you have an actual home away from home. A lot of people rush going to another planet to colonize, but you can kill dupes that way. Yeah. Agreed not to rush it. I like we have petroleum right now, so what I'll probably do is launch like a steam rocket to do research, which I should probably be doing now, but other projects. Once we've got the steam rocket doing research and that research gets done, I'll probably just skip all the way to petroleum rockets since we have petroleum. And I'll build 2, what are they called? The ones that actually drop the dupes on the planet. If you build 2 of those, when they land, they can immediately build a landing platform and land the rocket, and then they just live in the rocket as their base until they get an actual base up. Main worry was I have no idea on how to build a rocket, like making sure I have oxygen for them. Their trip. Oxalate is a good one, and with the Alvia Veras, oxalate's a lot easier to come by. You just kind of like put it in there. There's a good chance you're going to wind up with popped eardrums, but you're going to like scrub and minimal skill your dupes until they get there anyway. And then a mini pump in the lower right corner, or a vent triggered, like either an element sensor triggering a vent that leads out of the rocket to vent the CO2, or making sure to have a long pipe so that when you land, because when they land, the pipe will start to back up, but then what you do is immediately go outside and build a vent. Dear God. And then water-wise, you basically want to snake the pipe around the entire thing to go to one of the plastic toilets. That way, like, they don't use a lot of water, so yes, it's like water negative, but by the time you land, by the time you run out of water, you will have landed and definitely set up some sort of water source. You can fit a lot of pipe snaking it around the rocket. I use either oxalate or algae in a storage tile. If that's not available, you can use gas storage modules. Yeah. Wanderer knows the techniques. I'm at a loss as to what to do other than continue ripping space apart. Cuisine, strength, and athletics. That doesn't sound so bad. I think I am overthinking it. Yeah. If you're ever not sure what to do, go into a sandbox world and start playing with rocket designs. You know, if you're in a sandbox world, getting a dupe killed is not really the worst thing that can happen. And honestly, if you're in a main playthrough, getting a dupe killed isn't the worst that could happen. No power wire. Ah, you know, the things we forget. Post some pictures if you're super interested, but the most important thing, I think, is to pick a length of time you want your dupes to survive, say 50 to 60 cycles, and then plan around that time frame. Are we going to get more magma out of this thing? Erupts in 8.6 cycles. 72 seconds out of every 8,904. Yeah, we're not going to get to turn this whole system on anytime soon. Okay, I also think it's time to switch this again. We're just going to do this, and we're going to change this to CO2. Because we were having it be not oxygen gets pumped out because we'd had issues with polluted oxygen and CO2 and all those things. So that should be fine. Let's do more stuff. I'm gonna be honest. I've never gotten space materials. We started working on the tree on my last really long playthrough, And everything was so fucked up on my main planet because I didn't know enough to keep a base stable that I just got to the point where I was like, screw it, we're done with this playthrough. Sandbox World last time to do that, but I happened to fall asleep while playing, so didn't end up making the rocket. Ah, classic Ani moves. Okay. Should we start? Well, restart ripping apart space as like the last 45 minutes or so of stream. People overplay Ani. You should keep playing your colony literally until it stops being fun. If it's not fun anymore, restart. Agreed. I'm in chemistry too. I can tell you can do a lot of things just with suga and potassium nitrate fertilizer. Yes, sir. With enough soap, one could blow up just about anything. Sorry. That's what I always think about when people talk chemistry. You know the other thing we could do? Nah, it doesn't matter. It's like we could start running the pumps that are going to pump over the water from these two, but by the time this thing gets drained out of all the water, there's not really going to be a need for any of that nonsense. Like, by then we'll more than have the whole map dug out. We could fuck with this magma channel over here. Kind of do the same thing, compress it down to a single block. Organic chemistry, our professor introduced class one day with, today I'm going to teach you to make two things that you'll need in the case of apocalypse. Soap and napalm. Oh, I love that. Your teacher's awesome. Does anybody else just default to digging out the map when they're not sure what to do? I'm still over here like I kind of want to rip apart space. I think let's rip apart space a little bit. Let's get up here and try and find some of those voles. Also, our second planet is becoming reasonably accessible. What is it? Just a little bit of ripping up space as a treat. Yeah, let's just rip up space. I'm honestly not even sure where to start. Like, oh, there's liquid mercury. Do we start at the bottom and work our way up? I think maybe we start at the bottom and work our way up. Right? We could work top down, but that doesn't achieve much in my eyes. You tend to find yourself working on top down regardless when dealing with masses of regolith. That's true. That's true. Let's institute best practices here. Let's stop. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Thank you, Goth. Talking sense into me. Just a casual space dig. Could also put in more apartments. Yeah, they'll be fine. I better just sharing some words with you guys. Thank you all. God, anytime. Like, my cheesy line, but I do believe it, is that games bring us together, but community keeps us together. Like, I think it's very important to, like, help and support each other. I've been dealing with chronic illness for my diverticulitis. I've late diagnosis ADHD and bipolar. Like, so many things in my life have been so weird. I grew up super poor and, like, in a really toxic household. Didn't even realize it. Thought it was normal. Like, still to this day, I don't think about my upbringing as being really fucked up. But it was. And, you know, streaming has helped me a lot. So if it helps other people, I've literally had people be like, you know, you're one of the reasons that I'm still here on the planet today. And I'm like, that's awesome. Like, to be able to be that for people is one of the reasons I would never stop streaming. Even if I never made another penny streaming, I would never stop, because it's nice to be able to be a part of something that's not just corporate greed and survival. I don't know what I'm talking about. I had somebody come into my stream back when I was streaming to like an average of 0 to 1 people, you know, when I was first starting out. And they spent all day talking to me and hanging out. And then they were like, hey, I gotta go, but I wanted to just tell you that I've been dealing with like depression and anxiety and all these issues my whole life. And because you were here streaming and talking to me, I didn't think about all that shit, like all the really negative stuff that would have previously put me in, you know, put me in the hospital on suicide watch. And I'm like, so, or something like that. Basically, they were like, you kept me alive today. And I was like, fuck, dude, that means a lot. So, that was the day I was like, I will never not stream. And that was like very early on in my streaming, so I think it's important to help each other out. Oh, I keep forgetting. We need to set up massive farms over here. Like we need a lot of phlox farms. And I want to double up on our Drecos. I know 600 tons of plastic seems like a lot of plastic, but I want to make a sour gas boiler based on plastic eventually. So we had to like plot it out to use this space for Drecos to put in 4 more glossy ranches. And we're going to do the math so that we have enough phlox ranches to supply the dirt for the glossy ranches. And we're going to get wood out as a byproduct, which we can then use to make ethanol for more power, or use it for building materials. Because eventually we'll probably tile in a lot of space. Could use wood for that since it's renewable. Not that it matters. We have so much freaking materials. There is a lot of materials up here in space for us to snag too. There's a whole bunch of copper. Good Ani really does a good job of taking one goal into 500 others' tasks. Yep. It's a great game. Great game. But yeah, little reward for actually building something is we're gonna dig up a bit of space here. Start getting the map a little bit more cleaned up. I could continue to build bunker tiles, but at this point I'm just gonna cancel dig and build commands if it starts meteors. The goal is more or less to like find and enclose the voles. We have 29 voles. They have over 1 million meat to cook. Oh, you know what time it is? It's kitty time. Come here, mister. Who's a baby? Who's the baby? What's up, handsome? Who's my Bubba? We will do a little bit of living room time at the end of stream, okay, sweetie? Okay, real quick, guys. You guys hear that? This is the baby. The cat's fur box is their chest. Oh right. Well, his chest is in my shoulder at the moment. Indeed. Love the baby. What is the words for this noise? In Portuguese we say ronroner. Purring? They purr. P-U-R. Possibly R-R. Who's a baby? Yeah. He's such a good boy. What's interesting is nearly all cats, even great cats, purr. Hearing a jaguar purr is less than comforting, though. I bet. He is the happy boy tonight. We had kind of a long weekend because I took Monday off from the day job so that I could go to an appointment for my initial intake to get my proper ADHD diagnosis, which technically I haven't been diagnosed with ADHD, but literally the doctor is like, yeah, you have ADHD. Does Abyssalite take meteor damage? Maybe we shouldn't rip apart too much space before we put bunker tiles in. We've got 12 tons of steel. I think we figured out something like we need like 20 tons of steel. Don't remember if this sled takes meteor damage. Yeah, I don't either. We have iron, right? We need more iron. Let's just churn out steel. I think we've got enough of the other materials. How much lime do we have? 6.9 tons of lime. Yeah. So I turn these to iron and steel. Let's put the steel on a 6. No, steel's on a 7. Okay. That one. Okay. Yeah, we've got enough that we can be bunkering space. I love my cat so friggin' much. First thing I do when I get home is sit down with the cat. You know how important my cat is to me? I play with my cat before I switch my pants to sweatpants. I hate wearing jeans or anything that's not like comfortable, but the kitty is more important than me putting on proper pants. It's 14 kilograms. He is very, very big. When I finally fix my cell phone, I'll share a photo. Hell yeah! I can't wait to see him. I love kitty pictures. You are such a handsome baby. I miss my 2 cats. My ex is messed up in the head and killed them. What? Did they institutionalize her? She should definitely be in an asylum. Ah! That's a claw in my leg. Buddy! Buddy! Buddy, please. I know you're just trying to not fall, but you're stabbing Daddy in the leg. Somehow the pip got outside of the base. We also need to put a nature reserve in somewhere. Like, in the main hallway. It just hasn't been an essential thing, so... Oh, you've got a lot of radiation, don't you? Minor radiation sickness. Alright, so... Oh, I see what's up. The Bionic dupes are getting radiation sickness because they don't go to the bathroom. Our regular dupes are shedding the rads, but the Bionic dupes are not shedding the rads. That's so sad. Alright, we need to put a door in here for permissions. I don't know. This is the most I've ever used Bionic dupes. See, I didn't use Bionic dupes because I thought they were kind of lame, and then Chad explained to me that you can multi-stack the boosters. So I was like, oh, so you can put like 7 or 8 strength boosters in. So now I'm like, these guys make great specialists. There was a vole. Alright. So Bionic dupes need to not go into space. Odd that the bionic dupes are the ones that we don't want in space. I mean, I don't think Stinky can get out here, but... Wait, where are they? Okay, Chip is up there, so I actually have to allow them back in. I'm assuming in is this way, because it rotates to the right. Yes. Perfect. For some of the outer planetoids. Yeah, if you have to second send bionic dupes into radiation, use lead suits. Yeah. Able to handle my normal space radiation without going beyond lesser rad sickness. Yeah, unless you're playing on like hard mode status where you like crank up the sliders for radiation and stuff, I think radiation is reasonable to deal with. It's not something to be super afraid of. I was super afraid of it for a long time. I was like, I'm not even going to go near space until I have enough plastic to coat the planet in plastic. I had like 3 layers of plastic up on top. I mean, we go from 125 down to 51 just with the bunker tiles, so... do reduce radiation on gunk extraction, and they get germs now too, but they don't do it but once every 3 to 4 cycles. Yeah. I've thought about actually giving the bionic dupes more of a normal schedule, like put them on a regular day schedule. But we also use bionic dupes to farm microchips to tune our power plants. Oh, I never printed that. I'm still not a huge fan of bionic dupes. I mean, they are pretty cool in some regards, but I kind of miss just like... Not that I miss them like you can't use them, but regular duplicates kind of just have a charm to them. On no sleep, but 4 hours of recreation and bathroom a day. That is probably a good idea. At one point or another, we'll redo all of the math on our bionic dupes, and like come up with better schedules for them. 2.9 cycles till we get more magma. It took a long time, but this magma tank filled up nicely. Leo's design is so good. Just a million calories of meat. I like bionic dupes for automating tasks like farming and cooking because having 60 regular dupes requires a lot of food. That is true. I'm getting into them a little bit more with this playthrough. We're probably going to do some fun stuff with them. I think I'd like to balance regular and bionic dupes a little bit better. Oh, you know what? Shove bowls can't go through normal doors anymore, right? So if we just take this and put a metal tile, screw it, we just put a metal tile of lead, like, right there. No, actually, just so the map can actually vacuum out, we'll just put another door. And that should keep the voles in place. I'm always going to be a proponent of the Bionic Supercook. Yeah, you guys pointed out a lot that, they do good work like that. Like, if they're specialists, like, mechatronics engineers should be regular dupes because of all the skills involved, but someone who's dedicated to cooking full-time should be a bionic dupe. Anybody that has a specialized task that's all they do and it doesn't require multiple tasks and stuff like that, and, like, I get it now. And there's part of me that's that's like the only reason I would want to start over, honestly, is like I wasn't making full utilization of my bionic dupes in this playthrough. But full utilization is not something that's possible. Plus, I'm really loving this map. I love this map. And the fact that we actually have our teleporters up here is pretty goddamn dope. You wouldn't believe the amount of stern bullshit you can do with bionic farmers that give farmers touch for 10 cycles. That is insane. Like, legitimately insane. Bionic fuckery, yeah, for sure. Look at all of our mercury. Oh, what sheer nonsense this map is. We're going to end up putting that in mercury lamps and using it to make a bonbon tree farm. Like, I don't know, though, because I might make a bonbon tree farm up in space. I'm still not going to complain with my 4 Steelas running around picking up 4 tons at a time. Yeah. I do have a couple of bionic haulers, I think. I know I have at least one bionic hauler. Yeah, I would do this much different next time. I would lean a little harder on the bionics next time and plan a little harder on the bionics. I'm not that great at managing power in that regard yet. Like, I'm much better at managing the power needs of regular dupes, but it's just because I haven't put in the time and practice. Where are you going with that regolith? Well, that part of the liquid lock broke. Bionics are still very new. The amount of stuff you can break with them is still being discovered. Now my cat is opposed. Oh, sweet. I want to see the kitty. Aw, cute baby. I like the kitty. She looks very soft. Oh, they're probably going to put filtration medium into the water sieve, would be my guess. But they did flash this liquid lock that was here, so let's put some naphtha there instead. $23 kilos. Let's empty that and then mop up a small amount. Oh. Apparently that is a small amount. only imagine. I don't put myself in on energy vampire settings. It's pretty harsh. Cats are liquids. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but cats are definitely liquids. Kind of need more naphtha. And I did away with most of the sources to be able to do so. Although I could plastic right there and yoink some of the heat out here while simultaneously naphtaing. But we'd probably end up with some sour gas. I don't know if I care though. At this point, this place has been pretty much put together. It will be sad to see this vacuum go. I mean, we vacuumed out a small space and then dug out the rest, which was the whole intention of the vacuum to begin with, but... it has to be that way, else they can just power themselves for free. Oh, hey, Havoc. I didn't notice you come in. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Wow, these things breed too fast. We gotta get a proper kill chamber for these assholes. There's consistently over 1 million calories of meat for them to cook. Oh, Vol. I think that's why I like the Butcher Station mod. Yeah, that Vol. That's more or less why I want to do space. Not that we need it, but I want the Vols. The idea that there are animals up here that we're not utilizing is upsetting. This game is so good. When do we get more magma? 0.5 cycles. Yeah, I can't remember if we were doing this off of pressure or heat down here. That seems important. Right now, we just have a switch on it. We didn't actually do it. We just had an idea, and we were like, all right, that's good. We should definitely do that. Let's deal with that when we make optimizations. And then we never made optimizations, and I just built it. It's a lot of stuff I just did. Construction, excavation, cuisine, narcoleptic. Why do you have to be narcoleptic? Ooh, hang on a second. Ooh, Max. Digging, building, night owl, germ resistant, squeamish. I mean, that's a good dupe, right? Yeah, we're going to take Max. Yep, absolutely hired. Welcome to the team, buddy. Let's get you your own schedule. Let's get you into the gym. Yeah, I mean, I have everybody on a staggered schedule because I'm an insane human being. Like, everybody gets their own schedule, and they're all staggered by 1 hour. I ran 24 or 30 something dupes on 3 toilets with this schedule. Highly recommended. You can really get away with a lot if you just stagger each person by an hour. In theory, magma solidifies in a vacuum. I don't know if it applies to this game. The problem with that magma you want to get rid of. Wait. Can I solidify the magma in a vacuum? I mean, the temperature is gradually coming down because of the abyssalite, but... Yeah, we deal with magma in a vacuum. In fact, we do have to put another liquid lock in here. God damn it, that's overflowing. Why is that overflowing? Does this pipe go nowhere? Oh, because this thing. Oh my god. The problems never end. I just got rid of those. God damn it. Does that even connect all the way? I feel like it should be making its way over here. About time for bed. You're about right, Dan. Just ignore it and let the abyssalite work it over. A couple of things you can do with the magma, honestly. One, you can just enclose it. You could make a temporary steam room. You can use it to melt something with steel pipes, but I would just ignore it and let the abyssalite work it. Yeah, I mean, we've got plenty of magma to work with in a more controlled-ish situation. There's a lot of magma. Like, this is not going to make or break anything we do. Could also just kind of clean up this area and brick that in and just eventually combine it with this stuff. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. I've got thoughts, but no plans. But Dan does make a good point. We are at just about time. So let's find somebody to raid out to. And then I'm going to give my cat like 20 minutes of living room time while I eat some carrots and hummus. All right, so who's playing some Oxygen Not Included right now? Anybody? Anybody? There's a few Rimworlders. Let's see who's on Ani. Anybody? Water don't mix. Reagan Black 98. Let's go say hi to Reagan. He looks deep in thought, and he kind of looks like he knows what he's doing. Could just move the magma into another room with a water pump. Ooh. Apocalyptic Gaming. I hope you come back on Thursday and remind me of that, because that's a good idea. Just put a pitcher pump in it and then just have it be dumped somewhere. Yeah, because we could literally... Where is the game? We could literally just crack open a tile up here with a bottle emptier and then pitcher pump this all into that chamber. Yeah. All right. Guys, we're going to raid over, make a new friend real quick. And then tomorrow night, we're going to be doing some No Man's Sky missions and maybe some shenanigans, maybe some ship locating. I don't know what we're doing, but we're playing No Man's Sky. It's wonderful hanging out with everybody. Thank you again, Wanderer, for the generous donation of bits. I really do appreciate it. It helps. And yeah, I'll see everybody tomorrow and or on Discord. Take care of yourselves and be well. Some more cakes. Aw, thank you. All right, good night, everybody. Bye.